Yo, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, Val? Yeah, my internet should be fixed now. Heavy emphasis on should. We'll see. But it looks fine. I looked at everything. I haven't had any issues for a while. Hopefully it's good. I did everything I could. And yeah, I mean, once again, it actually looks like it's functional now. Before, my upload was just so unstable, but now it looks to be stable on what it should be stable on as well. Fun lobby, to be honest, thinking of joining. Go for it, man. It is definitely a pretty big lobby, this one. If you're high enough to join, then I'd say go for it. What am I against? Solanas? With him, you're going to play RB. Fair enough. That is also a good choice. Fuck, it's a lot colder since last I streamed. Fucking hell. It was starting to get cold. Last. Actually, this shit's pretty fucking loud. Gotta turn down my headset a little bit. Alright, so what am I against? Oh, it's a Nemesis, okay. I mean, I can't be knocked up, so I don't need to do anything with the Wheelix. I'll probably just do Sunder. I don't think I need anything specifically. I want to try Warriors, and I'll start aggressive. I'm playing Yorm, by the way, so I can try the aspect, because I don't think I ever really did. And I'm kind of being told by some good players that it's better. So let's see. I gotta, since Yorm is as good as he is, I want to make sure that I understand the aspect and how it functions, in case I have to end up dealing with it. So I'll probably play a little bit of Yorm today, until I at least grow tired of it.
Minions have spawned.
I mean, surely I start with my 1 still, right? Because I get lower cooldown on the aspect. Even if the 2 is a lot more damage. Fuck it. To give ship buff too. That's true. Close one. Very early TP that I got out of them. It is weird. I have to definitely get used to that my one doesn't do any damage. In the pools. No! Maybe I should have sundered. Man. That sucks. Should have been a kill.
Is there 6 guys?
Yeah, that sucks. Uh-oh.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't want to back. Like I am in a better position here.
Quiet, please.
Wait, we have Scylla ADC. Oh.
Quiet, please.
Go mid, bro. Trust me.
Not a problem.
Enemy spotted. Ultimate is ready.
Ja, Walter. Vad är det?
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll attack.
Alternate ability. Count your chances.
I'm just wondering if the 2 is worth leveling over the
Your middle tower is under
1 here.
Your right
I
tower
really do
is
think
under attack.
the 2 does so much damage too, but it also has lower damage, right? In the aspect. Yeah, it does no bonus damage. Yeah. Consuming Barrel does not do bonus damage, but it gives buff instead.
That's it.
Is under attack.
Man. Damn. The range... Oh, he doesn't have ult. He's level 3. Jesus
Your
Christ.
right tower is under attack.
The range on the 2 is still strange, I think, at times. The hitbox doesn't really match the circle. Because it definitely should have hit according to the circle in one of the earlier exchanges. This Nem also keeps playing like he is, like... I'm about to be ganked. Essentially, he's playing so aggressive where I feel like he's taking exchanges where he should not be winning at all. So it makes me feel like I keep being ganked. But before when he did that, I didn't get ganked. So I don't fucking know when I'm actually getting ganked now. It's a mystery.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know if I like Warriors more than Bluestone so far. I'll take an ult trade, I guess. Well, not an ult trade, but a free ult. This is one of those cases, once again. I feel like he's gonna have help here. Otherwise, why the fuck is he sticking around?
Okay.
No. His friend is in mid, so...
Enemy missing middle. Be careful left. Be careful left.
That's alright. I want second chance. As long as my ult was up, I should be safe. I think he's just bad. You never know, because I mean, I don't think like this guy's a bad player.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Maybe I should have stuck around. 500 gold is still quite a lot, actually. Would have been nice to be able to finish in the first pack, though.
Defend middle lane. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's insane, actually. That is actually insane. That is one tick of damage away from death.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh my god, bro. I mean, if I could see him going to the jungle, surely he could see it too. It was his point of view. I don't know why he's delaying his own back, though. He's just waiting for a Wheelix to show up, but
Your right tower is under attack.
he's just making sure that he's zoning himself a bit too.
Middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
That's really bad that I got soloed, though. That absolutely should not happen. Oh, he did die, though. Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay.
My own wave zoned the fuck out of me, though. Hopefully he was about to say it. Hopefully he doesn't have TP. He does. I gotta focus more on farming at this point. I don't really think I have a whole lot of kill potential on him.
Attack.
Not as much anymore, at least.
Rain shall wash them away.
Oops.
Save yourself.
He's going first blue, I guess.
Under attack.
Oops! I meant to hit someone else.
Be careful, right. Enemies in the right jungle.
Unlucky, guys.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Like, Nim should be 1 HP.
I'm coming. I will blink.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
Just I have ult.
On my way.
No, Herbs should be down for like 20.
No, I have ult.
Stop her back.
Machine tower.
Be careful.
Nice.
It's gonna be Jing Wei on my purple.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way.
They lost mid tower.
Middle tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a left. Your right tower is under attack.
Do you think we'll struggle a little bit in this one? Because we have to completely win
This Jing is
fights.
gonna be very fat, guys. Send it.
Yeah, I'm coming.
It's too late, bro.
No, no.
Should have
we got
thought of that earlier.
I mean, you picked Zilla though. How is she not gonna get fit?
Christmas cold into it, what do you mean? And nobody's on any camps here, so was that my fault?
Dude, why is someone
We don't
always
fight
calling
alone.
me when I start my stream? That's actually insane timing. Every single time.
Help, right lane. The rain shall wash them away. Enemy missing middle. Your team has destroyed a right middle tower.
You guys just get out.
The knock up on the 3 is really nice in this aspect, I will say that. You can just combo it with your 1, but actually, I didn't even know that. That is kind of nice. Hello, Hansen. Good to see you.
That's you.
I'm coming.
Down. Attack fire giant.
Enemy spotted.
Okay, on my way.
Be right back.
No, my shit ran out.
Ally has been slain.
I mean, he's walking up though. I think Dutch is tilted, I'm not sure why, but... He's clearly trying to fight into a fetching way when he says it himself. He's in the middle of the lane, just stay under your tower then. You know she's fed.
Attack! Attack! Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Aw, get one of them. Get him.
An enemy has been slain.
Ah, they both died.
Okay.
No, you should let me die there.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was just peeling off of you.
I'm taking on gold.
Yes.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We'll probably lose the mid thing as well. Just trying what I can. I'm probably the one who ends up having to deal for the most part with the Jingwei. I was gonna go for some magic protection next, but I think I kinda have to go for a spectral. Otherwise I'm just gonna die to a Jingwei in a few minutes.
Oops! I meant to hit someone else.
Be careful. Be
Enemy team has destroyed the pyro. Your left tower is under attack.
on my way.
Gank. Also, oh, you move like a shot, and the rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain. Oh my potions.
Yeah, guess we can't really get any objectives out of this. Very nice fight for us though, despite everything anyway. Wasn't looking too good in the very beginning of it. But Tsukuyomi damage will quickly do a good 180 in these fights. Wait, where did my ward go? The fuck? Why did my first ward disappear after I placed fucking the second? That's so weird.
They're coming.
Retreat.
He has ages, bro.
That's 1 HP. One.
I'll take an ult trade, honestly. I think hers is a lot more important to her. Nimbus is so fucking annoying, man.
Be careful.
She could just completely let you win the trade. And still win the fight because of that ultimate in the aspect.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your left tower is under attack. The pirate has arrived. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your left tower. On my way. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
Like, surely we just stop fighting around duo, no? Like, it feels so weird. Like, I don't know why we're playing around our losing lanes. That's never generally a good thing.
Down.
Be careful.
You're just relying on miracles then. They'll probably go straight to fire here, if I had to guess.
Coming.
I don't know why you ult me though. Like, I'm fine.
I'm sorry.
Are you on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, there. There. 90. 7.
7k now.
Huge. Try to live.
Yeah, get it if you can.
Be careful.
You're doing so well.
I'm dead.
Yeah, that's
Are
fine.
you?
Just gonna. We can still defend. So huge bot ult gave me enough time to get close. They were burning that shit so fast.
The enemy team has destroyed.
Your
the
mitigation doesn't
pirate.
work on her ult. No, her ult ignores everything. Like, there is just... It just purely bases off percentage. She will steal whatever she wants. With no repercussions. I don't want to walk up without my ult. Just to make sure no one's at least nearby. Suppose I'll just hold mid.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
That's a
Your middle creature is under attack. Your middle base has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack.
That's
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunate. Not really much to do in this game as a frontline, I think. It's just whatever happened in duo just was unfortunate. And we didn't have an ADC, which is just gonna make it a lot harder to play the game too. Because their frontline is never dying. I do not know why we went still in ADC. I think it's fine to play weird shit, but at least make sure we have an ADC somewhere else then. Like, these two are never dying, man. They're absolutely never dying with our team comp without an ADC. Right, I need to find something to do between my games now. I used to watch the Smite Championship. I don't know if I want to do that though. I'm not as much in the mood for it now. I see the window still exists though. I guess I have nothing else to do. Might as well just do that. Wait, let me fix this real fast. It is on the wrong window. Yeah, that's exactly my point. Can you show the correct window? Thank you very much. There we go. Man, now I forgot to ban. But at least the god that I usually ban is out.
Select your god.
And Jorm is banned. Man. Man. Really? Rally? Guess I'll play Thanatos then.
Thanatos.
Do I go aspect or non-aspect though? That's the real question. I feel like non-aspect is more fun. An aspect is probably better for our team comp as a whole, because it gives you a front line. Non-aspect generally feels like you cannot go tanky. Or you shouldn't really go tanky. We'll probably be fine. It feels kind of framey. Is that on my end? Or is that just on the video? I feel like fan aspect does very little. You can barely feel it. I think it is quite good. But it needs a very specific build, and I feel like it's not as good early game in solo if you go aspect. Which is really, really awkward because you really, really want good early game in solo. Right now, I think the early game is so important for like contesting the first spawn on the rocks. So yeah, like the healing you get in non-aspect is just a lot better. Oh yeah, I think I've seen this. It's gone very far back, but I guess it has been almost 2 weeks. I'm starting to come back to me. I remember seeing that. Right, Ares. Do I really have to go beats this game? Surely not. Aspect, Cap, Jungle, Mulan, and Ares. I mean, that's only 3 things, or 2 things, realistically, that I would want to beat. I'll do this, and I'll probably have to invest in a Magi's later. Otherwise I'm just dead if I don't have my ult. But yeah, as I was saying, I think the aspect is really nice in that it gives you an extra healing ability, meaning there are some items that become available to you that are pretty cool. Like, you know, you can go regrowth, you can go hardwood.
Sorry.
because it will give you 2 silences, which is incredibly powerful. So it definitely opens up some different paths, which I think is great. It is exactly what I think an aspect should do, which is kind of just change the role and how the character plays, even though it is the same character.
Minions have spawned.
I suppose it doesn't really change his role that much, though. I feel like both Thana can be played in both roles about the equal amount. He's definitely best in jungle, generally, but you can still go aspect in jungle. Give me this blue buff, I really need. No way, man. Fuck. Okay. I'll do the blink auto. Would have been such good poke. Potentially even a kill potential if I hit that.
Retreat. Escape death.
You're gonna back again? He is. Alright, well he should get zoned a bit here. Someone didn't check relics, pretty much, yeah. I can relate to that. I'm pretty shit at doing that too. I'll be like, oh, I'll get a kill here, and then they just use fucking shell for some reason, because why the fuck would they ever have shell? Or some weird shit like that. He has Aegis, which he already used, so... Run.
I'm going for jungle buff. Your left tower.
On my way. Follow me.
Enemy has been slain.
Well, blue should be up, I guess. Might as well do that.
Tower is under attack. Ooh, an ally has been slain. Enemy missing right.
I want to make sure he's not sitting in that bush right there.
Cut your life strings.
Holy moly, my damage is shit now. He's tucked back. Yeah, Yana's with the auto. That's fine. I mean, I've already gotten 2 kills. I'm very okay with my Yana's getting some kills too. It's going pretty well so far overall, though, but we'll see if it keeps up. They do have pretty good late game with a goddamn Gabrakan aspect, but that's kind of it, though. Ours is probably better, actually.
On my way. I'll cut you down. Cut your life strings. Enemies have returned. On my way. Gank left lane. Ultimate is ready. Okay.
He's probably on the backs.
Yes. Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted. Enemy missing right. Curses. Can't escape death. Spotted. Enemy has been slain.
Wait. Okay, thank God he got low enough. It's like I guess the Aegis still was on him. I didn't think that was gonna last that long. I even hit the scythe. I almost completely cooked that. I don't really care about the blue buff actually. I'm gonna go for these. Should be safe too, because he's gonna go for his blue buff. Or not. What? He has Ladybow?
Enemies in the right. Your right tower is under attack.
That's something I didn't realize.
Your
What
left
the fuck?
tower is under attack. On my way. Eventually comes to all. Enemy missing right. Hasta la vista, amigo. On Your middle
Yeah,
tower
bot
is
isn't
under
coming.
attack.
Maybe this is a bad idea.
Your souls to me. Your middle tower is under attack.
So you're just on my wave. I kind of just zoned myself a full wave there.
Escape death. Enemy missing right.
Let's back off. Buy full Jodens. Grab that.
Wash them away.
Going to Reaver next. Not Reaver, Reaper.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing left. Take this jungle buff. Take this jungle buff. Your left tower is under attack. I'll cut you down.
Did say he was missing so many times.
Very strong. Okay. Enemy ultimate down.
Yeah, if they're both there, I'm kind of not gonna go for that.
Your time has come. Your souls to me. I'll cut you down. Awaits you.
I really want to rotate out and help my team. It's so easy for me to gank that. I'm pretty sure they have me warded right now.
Ultimate is ready. Okay. Enemy missing left. Vista, amigo. Your souls to me. Enemy ultimate incoming. The pyro has arrived, and the rain shall wash them away. Nice job. Your right tower.
I'll take it ages.
I'll cut you down. I will cut your life strings. Your middle tower is under attack.
Really do think bots should be coming for the rocks every time, because we can absolutely fight them. Hey Wolfie, appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Eventually comes to all. Their souls to me. Foul creature, your time has come. Death eventually comes to all. We will cut your life string. You cannot escape death. Bye.
Okay. That's one way to get past.
Behind us! Your middle tower is under attack. I'll cut you down. Enemy ultimate down! Enemy has been slain. Could have gotten awkward. Enemies behind us.
Fuck, I didn't see him there. Shit, bro. I got too greedy looking at my passive. Giannis got him anyway, so... What a useless death.
On my way.
Oh. Maybe not. Maybe we just bait. W. I got the initiation off at least. It was nice. Got a lot of damage off on the Agni.
Cold Fury.
I even got his dash.
Ultimate be right back.
I think I got his beats too. I might show up again. Say hi to him once again.
Your souls to me.
No problem, have fun. Appreciate it. This is the first stream in a little while. It's my internet decided to be an asshole.
Is under attack.
It almost went 2 weeks with no stream.
Cut you down.
But that's okay. It's not the most fun meta for me right now anyway, so it wasn't actually that hard to take a break. I'll still play Smite though.
Your time has come. Enemy has been slain.
What did you do with it? I still played Smite. I can tell you that much. I also, finally actually started playing some more single-player games again, because since I started playing Smite again, I haven't really played much. I'm trying Ghost of Yotei. I played some RV there yet with some friends, like Peak with some friends after the new update, you know, stuff like that. Repo again with some friends as well, because of another update, so just honestly been playing a lot more with friends.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
But it's not going to stop because of the stream though. You're into CRPGs?
Under attack.
I'm not really I feel like I'm locked by any genre. I feel like I like any genre as long as the game is good, or I guess like appeals to me, so I would say I'm into pretty much any type of game. You know, within that's not super niches, I guess. I'm not much of a fighting game player, but I have played a little bit like Street Fighter or
I'm back.
you know, shit like that.
Be careful. Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Your right tower is under attack.
I'll TP top.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
No dash.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I probably should start to silence before I won when I land on people, but I guess since it didn't have dash, I was fine with that. I'm going for it, boys.
Nice.
W. Can we just go fire? Or pyro at least.
Probably. Pyro, I guess.
It's just back. That one overstay. Yeah, I mean, Cleric Clubsker is the big one this year, right? It's probably the game that will just make the biggest sweep at the Game Awards as well. And yeah, obviously I love the shit out of the game. I haven't replayed it. I kind of want I want to forget it and then so I can replay it. And kind of experience it again. I did everything in that game and more. Like I wanted to do everything in that game. So I feel like I in a way overplayed it a little bit. So I need more time away from it.
I'll attack the Gold Fury.
It's ages. Mulan ages.
Bye.
I'll TP.
Ally has been slain. Let's switch it up.
Behind us, Milan.
Ares has 1 HP.
Oh, they hit like a baby.
Yeah, probably just get out. Ares is still chasing behind. Oh. Oh. That's so unfortunate. Oh, I don't see him in stealth. That also explained why I just didn't see him.
Let's switch it up. Huh. Curses!
It wouldn't be appropriate for me to brag.
I think we pretty much win this game for free if we just don't get caught. Because our 5v5 right now is just so much stronger, and I'm fit as fuck. I should have focused. I should have turned on Cabrakan. I didn't realize he was still around. I was just hitting the Ares. And Cap actually did a surprising amount of damage with his, like, 1 to me. It was like 500 or some shit.
Enemy ultimate down!
Okay.
Okay. An enemy has been slain. Nice job.
They're on fire. Ah, fuck. I looked for Cabrakan, but... I'm baiting time. Get their team. Damn. I tried to buy time. Guess we're just dead now. I did fuck up my blink there. That was bad. Don't think they can end, but it's gonna be pretty close and we will definitely lose a Phoenix. Just try and slow them if you can. We should be able to get it back on time.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
We do need Yana. Considering Yana's got early kills, it kind of sucks that he wasn't able to farm and get fed off of it. The fact that he's still 18 is not great.
Ultimate is ready. Defend the Gold Fury. Attack Fire Giant. Okay. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Much do I need? Would be nice to be able to get this, so I can potentially look for some other tanks.
On my way. Retreat!
I'm not trying to fight, I was just doing the buff.
It's fine.
To me, I will cut your life strings. I'll cut you down.
Enemy missing. Be careful, right? Be right
Your
back.
left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Thank God my instinct said I should back. Holy fuck, they're just all there.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Ultimate is ready.
Careful left!
I'm kind of being baited by this bad fight, guys. I don't know why we're pushing right either, to be real. I think we could easily fight this. My ult was just fuck it down for a few seconds.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Fuck, man. Of course I'm the one that gets cap ulted. That was badly positioned by me.
Your Titan is under attack.
Oh no. You knew. Maybe they can end. They're pretty poked.
A new threshold.
Yeah, this was Athena last game. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. Want to see if I can at least finish my starter. I just feel like Cap is getting away with too much. Considering it's an aspect Cap jungle. But maybe that's
Enemy
just
team
me.
has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack.
Our food is ready.
Like a jaguar.
Oh,
Team has destroyed the fire giant.
I wanted to blink over, but I guess they had a fucking ward there.
Your right
Didn't
tower
hear anything
is
being
under
placed while I was there, so
Your middle Phoenix. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
I guess we lose this. That's so tragic.
Your right tower is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
I don't know how we actually ended up losing this. It felt like this game was going so well. Actually, no. I guess we lost it because they just sneaked fire when we tried to gank on right. I guess that's pretty much it.
Defeat.
Yeah, I know I were in the wave, but it's like they specifically thought that I was there, you know? Is Nika the tree specialist? I don't think he played like that by any means. I don't really think anyone like carried this game. It's just we just threw it. We just kind of let them get fire for free, and I made a dumb decision there to try and like dive for it so that maybe they would focus on me instead and let my team get to fire before they got fire, and then I just kind of died and they still got fire. Like that was where we started losing. It was when they just got to do fire. I think one of the big issues with Smite 2 is that it's so easy to sneak an objective. Because they just get burnt so easily. Not to mention they had an ADC in mid, so that their ADC was already on it. Like they essentially had two ADCs, right? So they had on her mid. They could just go fire straight away. The second they saw three people on the right side of the map, they went fire. And we even knew they went fire. It's just we couldn't get there in time. There's not really much to do about that. The second I saw on her in mid, like go into the left side of the jungle, I was expecting them to go fires, and hence me checking it. But yeah, I don't think it really mattered. Like, I just shouldn't have died for it. It's just so easy to tank objectives as carry. Yeah, it might need to do a bit more damage to carries. Probably just in general. Probably objectives in general definitely don't do enough damage. You're right. It is pretty easy to tank in general. I think it's too easy for a tank as well. You can just, like, as a tank, you can literally tank it for free. Also, what the fuck was he building in this game? What is this? I didn't even really look at it. This might have to be the worst Mulan build, or just frontline build I've ever seen. It truly is a ranked build. I'll keep adding the Osiris. We want a cap skin with the one sound effect just being a clap. Or like getting smacked in the face. I feel like carry has too much lifesteal options, which is pretty much all of them are stronger than most builds. Yeah, I mean, Rip Talon is just still too powerful.
Select your god.
Do I just do Yorm again? I think so. I still want to try the aspect more. Yeah. I'll do one more Yorm game probably. I'm not really feeling Yorm that much, but I'll do it for the sake of getting a better idea of the aspect. I don't really think the other game I played was that good of a test for me, since we just kind of got steamrolled. Hope they nerf Yorm is ASAP. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think Yorm is pretty boring to be against as well. But I think that goes for so many soul laners right now. It's why I don't like the role very much. Osiris aspect is also giga boring. Bellona is also giga boring. Baron is also giga boring. Like it, dude, all the top solos are so boring to be against because there's so little counterplay against them. Unless you pick like one of themselves. Like Bellona and Osiris can deal with each other, not to mention Yorm as well. I think Baron is the odd one out because he kind of counters all three of them because they're low mobility and he just kind of shits on that. But like Baron is also just one of those that if you fall behind on him, he's a lot harder to play, I think, than the others. He can't rely on surviving as easily, I guess. Maybe that's just me, because I feel like you kind of go a bit of hybrid on Baron. I don't feel like you generally go full tank as solo laner, but maybe I'm just wrong about that. Maybe you still go full tank. At least I haven't. Who the fuck is the Detonator? Is that another rename? It's probably another rename. I tried warriors last time. Let me try bluestone this time. Oh, it's... okay. I want to do warriors again, actually. If I'm against a ranged character, I think I prefer going for that.
A delightful trinket.
I don't know how this matchup really is, actually. It's probably decent for Apollo early on, but I think it just kind of gets worse as you progress into the game. But I might actually lose this, like, really early game, because he can poke me from a much longer range than I can. Passive applies bluestone. What, in the aspect? Interesting. Oh, you just the autos? Oh, yeah, I guess if that's the case, then yeah, absolutely always. Oh, the 10th, I say, like the auto explosion thing. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Minions have spawned.
Definitely sounds like a bluestone situation then. Guan Yu the best. I wish, man. I wish Guan Yu was a bit better, but he's unfortunately just complete shit. I wish that wasn't the case. At least Conch gives Guan Yu a decent, like, early game. Potentially mid game, but he's still just kind of shit when you go into late game. He just doesn't do any damage, unfortunately. I feel like Guan Yu has, like... he's had the toughest transition into, like, high-level smite of any of the frontliners. The way he functions is just so easy to counter. If he doesn't function like a healer, he just generally isn't good, unfortunately. He's only ever been good when he's a healer. No, the explosion! Yeah, there we go. Actually, it's going to be a bully, as all those you mentioned before. Probably, yeah. I could see it. And I'm kind of okay with it. I feel like I just want another, like, soul rainer, to be real with you. Oh, he really wants this, huh? That's alright. He lost 2 creeps for it. I'm gonna try and level my 1 this time.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack!
Man, if my 2 reaches there, fuck. I would have sundered as well. There we go. Oh, the mess. Oh, shit. The very rare cases where the mess shield was actually the reason why you didn't die. But at least it's not a broken shield. Good shield usage. I'll give that to him. Hope Archer wins lane to Yorm. Probably not. I feel like almost nothing that comes out right now, as long as Yorm is as he is gonna be able to beat him in lane. He just does too much fucking damage. He really does. They got him.
Oh, easy enough.
I can't breathe far enough. I did not know about the cooldown you get in with your one, with this aspect.
Be careful, lad.
Okay. Well, that's
Enemy has been slain.
Is these still up? Yep. And Cap is somewhere else.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I don't think I get the kill. I missed my one. That was really bad.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Of course, Yana shows up. Man. Why wouldn't the mid laner suddenly gank me for no reason? Great. Great and classic. If only I had mana though, I should have been okay.
Be careful, right. Enemy missing.
Help middle lane.
The rain shall wash them away. I've slain an enemy.
That's Apollo done.
Your right tower is under attack. I will devour you whole.
Don't want to miss too much XP. I'm just gonna stick around for another wave.
Help! Well, that sucks. Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
Enemy has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Rain, wash them away.
On my way. Gank!
Both teams has pretty good late game actually. I'm not too sure who actually has the favor. Well, no, I think we do because of Merc, but they do have some decent characters into Merc, like Athena and Apollo, to kind of stop him in his tracks. Tragic.
Enemy ultimate down.
Retreat right lane. The pyro has arrived. Careful, middle.
So tired of Athena, man. It's only the second time I'm meeting it today. I'm already tired as fuck of that character.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Janus beats.
Let's get this fucking tower already. There's no ult, no TP, more than likely.
Your right tower is under
On my
attack.
way.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Retreat.
Your right tower is under attack.
How does that not reach, bro? They gotta fix that shit. He's clearly inside of it. Man.
Vista, amigo. On my way.
Attack! Attack!
Did lose my tower, but I'll take the trade.
Be right back.
Well,
No problem.
my thoughts on Baron though. Like, he definitely works as intended. The problem with Baron is in Smite 2, your cooldowns are a lot easier to... I don't know, cooldowns are just out of control. And Baron is one of those characters that really benefit from having low cooldowns.
Okay. Enemies in middle lane.
His kit is just really, really strong. He has got some really, really insanely good lockdown abilities. And so as a result of that, he is just really powerful.
Your middle tower is under attack. Has destroyed the pyramid.
Incoming.
That really sucks. If you die here, they probably get fire. Try to survive.
That's sick.
I mean, we're kind of just inting, I feel like. Like, me dying is inevitable when Apollo is ulting. Just leave me. Everyone definitely shouldn't have died for it. I have TP to mid, if you can stall them. I have Sunder up too.
Have fun out there. On my way. The enemy team
It's
has
fucking down.
destroyed the fire giant.
And she catches me with it. That's great. I really like that. Why did I follow, man? Every game feels like a fucking throw, man. What is this? But we also have a shit comp. And why do I have a Hercules support as well? Granted, it just feels like people are tilting. Like, there's always someone saying F6 early in the game. I don't even know what we're losing to. I have no idea what's happening on the other side of the map in these games.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Has arrived. Your middle tower is under
See if my mitigation will help at all on this one.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Doubtful. We'll see. That's so shit.
Enemy has been slain.
I wanna go Pridwin.
On my way.
Your right tower is under attack.
Retreat, retreat. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Enemy missing. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Be careful. Enemies at the Cold Fury. On my way. On my way.
I pull on my ult.
The leech them.
Well, that's
Is it in a cover ult? I should pull something now.
Attack fire.
Oh boy. Athena on her is going here.
gank.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid. Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower.
Got a man up. Hey, wait.
Ultimate is
On my way. Hold up. Hey, wait. Be careful. Retreat.
A new pressure.
Yeah, on my way.
I'm up again. Just don't fight.
I mean, just wait, boys.
Yay.
ultimate is down.
Some of them are pretty poked. I think yeah, they're looking to back.
Your right tower is under
Enemies in
attack.
right lane. Defend the fire giant.
Can try Anna's ult down again for free.
Honor is back in. I'll back for some wards.
Your right tower is under attack.
This is tough because their initiate is so powerful, and they have this Gabrakan running around in stealth, kind of just looking for some either poke or one shot. I'm not sure he can one shot, but I mean the Athena taunts are definitely the main issue because we just always have someone getting picked.
No dash.
I have team beats now.
Athena ult. Honor just jumped me. I really thought that was supposed to be good, but I guess it makes sense him jumping me when they have like Apollo ult and Athena ults coming in. We got Giannis for it though, so all good.
I mean, guys, they're using everything on me every fight. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean everyone is dead right now. Like me and Dancer weren't there, so. I gotta finish my warriors next. Can probably dish out some pretty decent poke.
Destroyed the Pyromancer. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
On my way. Retreat middle lane. Help middle lane.
Yana doesn't have HP.
All the way. Doubles.
Yana's behind.
She had no ult in behind. Good answer. Jonas ult.
Careful.
The rain shall wash them away.
Just looking for the Apollo ult. If he ults me, I still had my Prit win at least. But I'm pretty sure I die, regardless if he sees me.
Return to base. Attack Fire Giant.
On my way. Enemy spotted.
I mean, we have 2 bombs. Like, if Merc comes, surely this should be free.
It's free when I spawn. It's free when I spawn.
I have Sunder as well.
I can tip him mid tower.
Athena will
Dutch has
ult.
bomb as well. Surely we just stop at 1k.
Fine. Just stop for 1k.
Apollo's here. Athena ult. How, boys?
I mean, I got taunted, so I couldn't Sunder.
Yeah, but we had
Yeah,
bomb,
but
no?
they bomb.
So we just stop at 1k.
Yeah. I bombed it.
don't know how we fucked that up. We had literally 3 bombs. There's no way anyone should ever get that. Whatever, man. That's just insane how we don't get that. I wasn't ready with my Sumter, so I guess in some ways you can probably blame me too, but it's still insane to me that we don't actually get that.
For the pyro.
I'm just gonna get Spectral regardless, just so on her at least gets a minus attack speed buff. Same thing with Apollo.
Destroyed a right enemy tower. On my way.
There's a big wave in left adapting. Can you take care of that real fast?
Sure.
Be careful, middle.
Follows here. Careful mid. Apollo's ulting.
Like, what are you doing, bro? Like,
Apollo dashed in.
I'm away.
Good shot.
I'm chasing on her.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso.
I've gone for Phoenix.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
I'm too poked now.
The rain shall wash them away.
We have a 950 notes on it.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy phoenix.
Yeah, do you want me to peel the cover or not in the back?
Yeah, I think you just try and peel. Like, I'll be on their backline anyway. I can't really peel.
Just try to keep the Cabra out away from me and that's fine.
We're good for Nagas.
Our comp is just kind of awkward, because we don't have like easy peel outside of like a Herc 1 and my 3. And Capra needs to be taken care of, because he will just take care of one of our backlines so easily.
The pyro has arrived.
Oh, can you stop like going in?
Okay.
See on his ult.
I just stop pyro.
Merc bro, just let us fight. Ik heb nog maar door het in.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
They're all here.
Let's wait for Merc to win this fight or lose his fight.
Careful, we need to group. Also, I think the board down.
Retreat right lane. Ultimate incoming. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane.
He's gonna tunnel, do you like? I mean,
It's fine. Just start fire now then.
we should help him. I'm not gonna lie.
Follow me. Attack.
I don't make it in time, do we?
Ally has been slain.
They're gonna start fire.
I come here. Yeah, bomb some.
They leached it.
Easily.
Yeah, I can stop it pretty easily right now.
I kinda need to defend it right then.
Yeah, I think we should start it.
Do we wanna pull?
I think we just look for a fight now.
We have double bomb. If they don't come in, we just do it. Just bomb at 2k and then just stop hitting him.
Jag räddar Titan om jag
Just double bomb this shit. Like
It's blind.
just drop the bomb at 2.5 or something. Maybe stop hitting.
Fucking trying. Fuck, my bomb didn't want to go off. I think I was pressing the wrong button actually. That was really... That's really awkward.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. The left tower. Wash them away. Phoenix.
Yana's ult down.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Alright, finally, we actually did manage to win this. First game of the day, or win of the day.
Victory.
Like, purely just looking at numbers, it is surprising this game was as close as it was. Yeah, I do believe he dies here, right? Nope, he gets out. Never mind. Wait. I don't want to mid. See if he trades the detonator himself. He did. Thank you. Dude, no one team didn't ban. Was that us? Whoops.
Select your god.
Hmm. Do I play Odin? No, I feel like playing Odin. And he would be good here too into both Danza and Spelunky. Not so much anymore into Ganesh. You can just destroy a wall now. Go on you though. Interesting. I'll do an Odin game. I feel like playing it.
Odin, Lord of Demons, Odin, Conqueror of Realms.
Very rarely feels like the game isn't one team fight from swinging favor when one team has done everything right. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it goes down to like what you get out of a team fight. Like just winning the team fight, you know, those 5 kills mean so much when it's like a late game team fight. Because you will more than likely at least lose a Phoenix for a fight at that stage in the game. And once you lose a Phoenix, your state just changes because you have to defend that lane. I feel like, let's use League as an example. In League, if you lose like an inhibitor, which is the Phoenix, it takes a lot fucking longer for that wave to push. It doesn't then smite. That lane will fucking push so fast. You have to like constantly defend it. But you also rotate much like slower in League, so I guess it's kind of the same, it's just smite a faster pace. But because of that fast pace, it means that you can't just go and make a huge play. Well, at least the window to do that is a lot smaller. So this is an aspect Ganesh, yeah. In solo too, oh. Dude, it's the worst character I could meet on their team. Fuck. But it shouldn't be that bad of a matchup in general.
On my way.
Minions have spawned.
Hi.
Oh, I forgot to swap my ward. Shit, man. I was trying to shoot it out. That's a useless ward. Can't really be stolen anyway. That's why I go Sunder. But yeah, I guess what I was trying to say with my thought process before on losing one team fight is just... In Smite, it's very, very easy to get a shit ton of farm. Everything gives so much gold and XP that... Once you get like one really good team fight in one team's favor, it is very fucking easy to just completely snowball out of control. But it's not like that is completely different from League, from what I could tell. Like, the Dragon essentially being the Gold Fury, but it's a lot better, because it gives a huge buff as well. And like Fire and all those characters, like all those like big objectives will generally sway like the team in one favor, but it's not like it's impossible for the enemy team now to fight back. A lot of that just comes down to skill and experience. That's where you'll find it a bit different in Smite compared to League. Because there is a lot more variety in skills in League right now than in Smite. Smite over League? I definitely didn't say that. I do think League is a much better game. I haven't been into it, but just based on numbers, I can only assume that. But I don't hate Smite by any means. I do think Smite is better than people give it credit for. And I cannot say Smite 2 is like it's good as a base, but it has so many fucking issues because of the balancing problems in this game.
Enemy missing left.
I'm coming.
Should be fine. Never mind. What was that damage?
Of course. Of course. Ganesh ult. Giannis is chasing me as well.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
I forgot what to build.
Right tower is under attack.
And now I ended up going physical defense into a Ganesh. Smart.
Your left tower is under attack.
Very smart. Man, my lane is so fucked now because he got the kill on me too.
Enemy has been slain. Wash them away.
Tragic. This is exactly my point as well. Look how fucking gigantic he is compared to me now. I'm nowhere near level 6. That's all it took. That's my main issue with Smite. It's way too easy to snowball. One little fight or a kill leads to a gigantic lead, and I fucking hate it. But then there's also the opposite effect, where a shutdown sometimes will just give you way too much as well. So everything you worked hard for is now just completely deleted from its existence. Smite has just... it's so weirdly balanced in Smite 2. I can't even fully like explain it. And sometimes it feels like a shutdown does nothing.
On my way.
Let's see if I can get these before he shows up. Probably not, but let's try.
Enemy has been slain.
Or maybe he just doesn't give a shit. That works for me. That's how I get back. It's by soloing the rocks. I'll fucking take it. 9 int and strength. It's really good on someone like Odin, where both helped me.
Be careful, right?
Ah, I forgot what I should be starting with, man. I'm starting with this piece of shit down here.
No problem.
Fuck. I'm just gonna try and save gold for that. Oh, someone got it. Okay. I knew there was something I forgot. It's fucking conch that I'm starting with.
Enemies in the left jungle. Left lane. Enemies incoming.
What's with his wandering support, man? Wandering supports and T-posing dancer clones. Solo is a special place.
Unfortunate.
He's got them.
And the rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack.
That's too bad.
I still need a little bit of gold. Now I can just finish it straight up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Still makes ears bleed. Still hurts. That's okay though. I don't think it's that bad. And I think in this matchup, I should just win this very, very easily. Around this time, right now, I'm not too sure since I went conch. I'm not really tanky to him. But if I go Genjis, like by the time I finish Genjis, I kind of fucked up my build to be real, but hopefully when I finish Genjis and it won't be too late, I should be able to fight him very easily, because as long as he doesn't have pen, and I don't get fucked over by his ultimate, that should be in a good spot. Should have waited. I fucking knew it. Did not realize it doesn't actually break the wall though. It breaks like a Ymir wall and like a Thor wall, but it doesn't break the Odin wall. Apparently. Guess I'm dead. That's his ult. Oh, he still died? Oh. And Aegis as well, actually. Oh, and I can finish this. Fuck you, Potion. I don't need you anymore. It shouldn't break any wall? Oh, is that a glitch? I thought it broke walls.
Hi.
See, if I had Genjis here instead of... It's so far down my build, what the fuck? If I had Genjis instead of Glad Shield here, I should just win this matchup so easily. He shouldn't be able to fight me yet. I might still. Like, obviously still did. I just decided to tower dive for no reason.
Coming left.
I just dash.
Enemy has been slain.
Get on assault, Capidash.
Is under attack.
He portal too.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Aww.
Capidash.
I'm going to Pyro.
You can, I'll come in a sec.
Me and a second do it too, man.
Come on, you do it.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Falling back.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing left.
Be careful, right.
Okay.
Well, the elephant at.
Your right tower is under attack. Strengthens our resolve.
Enemies in right lane.
Let's get this last set of rocks. Maybe it's seconds first. Might be able to do them real quick before they disappear in front of Fire Giant. One last time.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that.
Wait, blue was still up? No way.
Enemy missing.
Thought he did it.
Be careful.
Could have invaded it a long time ago.
Enemy missing right.
Your team has destroyed the middle enemy tower. Enemy ultimate down.
Ganesh might come bit.
Shimla get missing.
The pyromancer has arrived. I'll attack left lane.
We'll grab a tower at least.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Retreat.
On my way. Hasta la vista, amigo.
We can kill them all if they stay.
Defend the gold fury.
They were very low.
Enemy
They
missing.
have no pull.
Ganesh is down below. My bad.
Dang it.
Enemy has been slain.
Thought his dash was down.
Your middle
So I
tower
just went for
is
it.
under attack. Your
Turns out it
right
wasn't.
tower is under attack.
Immune pressure.
Let's just finish Genji's. So I can ult like that. At least it will be up soon. I'll just go prophetic, I think. It's a little late, but it's probably okay.
Enemy spotted.
That boy just did hit, no, it missed. You can still, if you're very, very much in the middle of it, it can still miss. Like in Smite 1, it's just a lot harder for it to miss now. It's very fucking easy to hit. But who knows, maybe that's a glitch as well. Who fucking knows at this point?
No Charles down.
Invade the goon fury.
I'll TP top.
Maybe there.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Shimlan killed his own.
Yeah, they saw me on the ward TP.
They are still away.
Behind them.
That's shell down. I have to fall back.
I've ulted Q. I've ulted 10.
Enemy spotted.
We can probably start it, he's low as hell.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Yeah, that's all done.
Enemy spotted. Gank. Enemy spotted.
I don't know what to build here. Might just have to go for more cooldown.
On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, easy wrong. Enemy has been slain. You rock. Your left tower is under attack.
Be right back. Be careful.
On my way. Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. You rock.
On my way.
Enemy ultimate down. Your middle tower is under attack.
I've got bomb.
Yeah, my Sunder's back up. That's right.
Can I come back? Find a wall. Find a wall. With it.
Ulted him.
They got lucky as well, they destroyed the bomb.
That's alright, I had my Sunder.
Hold on. Oh, that dive's been yellow.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful, I'm gonna leech it.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
If you guys talking about walls, I haven't really followed the conversation, but if it's walls, I mean, generally the Titan just breaks the walls. And I still think that's the case since Might 2. I don't think they changed anything on that.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What do I do?
Your left tower is under
Want as much cooldown as I can while still being as tanky as I can. I think Freya's is the right choice.
has arrived.
Do you want your blue or can I take it?
No, I'll take it. I can't even take this actually.
Enemy spotted. Yeah. On my way. Enemy spotted. Enemy has been slain.
Spotted.
I don't think I got anything out of that. I was trying to see if I could just get something. I wasn't really expecting a kill. But if I can blow something with my ult on like a 50-second cooldown, then I think that is worth it.
Your team has destroyed a right.
We saw that.
Let me jump! Oh my god. I just couldn't jump because of Kepri. Dude. I got... yeah, I mean, I also just got sniped. They blew everything on me, and it was just exactly enough to kill me.
Did I have Pepper out or?
I have no idea.
Those wind sprites, man.
Janus ult is down at least. They just blew everything on me when I got Kepri once.
put you on the shoulder too.
Also here.
That's just tragic. We didn't even get the Phoenix. I just didn't think there was any chance that I could really die, to be honest with you. But it happened for the simple reason that I guess Janos just... Dude, 1 point... What did it say? It said 1.3 through time and space. That can't be right. There's no way Janos ult would hit me for that hard. Surely, right? Or, I don't fucking know at this point. That just feels a little too much.
I'm coming mid. I'm gonna catch him.
I'll take it.
Attack fire giant.
Can we kill this captain?
My cage back up in 20.
Go Ganesh.
Portal down.
Cap is low.
Wash them away. Your right tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Left you.
Guess I'll grab it.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack the gold fury.
I really want to finish this. Split Roper would be so nice for me to get, because the main threat is just the Kepri one. Kepri wants me and they all turn on me, then I can't really do anything about it. But at least if I can get more tanky when I get hard CC, that should help. That would help.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Be careful. Yes.
Round 2. Let's position myself a little better here. That's the shell down. Capri ult.
Enemy
kind of did forget that I have dagger. I should have just didn't it.
Enemy has been slain. Make it rain, my friend. Good one.
I did literally nothing in that fight. I was just adapting, killing all of them, I guess.
Victory.
Wow, what a smooth round number. Surely he was too close for that? Probably, yeah. But downsides in our comp is also just not gonna be great. We have a lot of shit to deal with him. Like, he can't really ult out of my ring. If he gets rooted, he's also kind of cooked into the Sylvanas. Like, getting him locked down is pretty easy if he's just one step out of position. It's a tough match. My number was smooth too, was it? Oh yeah, it was. I gotta finish at least this game today. I've been watching this fucking shit for like 2 weeks now. Maybe 3 weeks at this point. It's been too long. I spent something. Shit. What am I tired of dealing with? I guess I don't want to be against Yorm, I'll ban it. GG's Valerian. Have a nice dinner. Rib SPL, man. Yeah, it's rough. All we can hope is that Smite 2 ends up being successful enough to the point where they can actually have another pro scene in some way.
Select your god.
I don't even feel like playing now. Maybe a schmooze game. I'll do a schmooze. A little schmooze. Schmooze game. If they ever do, they really need to make sure they don't fumble Asia again. I don't think I trust them to do that, to be honest. Dude, they fumbled EU, man. Asia is one thing, sure, that definitely sucks too, but you fumbled one of your 2 regions you had left. Brother. How did we do that? Because I do kind of understand they wanted SPL to be more like closer to them, sure. Whatever. You do what you want to do, that's fine. If you want to focus on one region more than another, okay, sure, as a last-ditch effort, but you literally removed one of them. You just gave them nothing. You completely neglected it all of a sudden. So yeah, it's because one thing is simply making it smaller, another thing is removing it completely, and they just chose to remove it. That's the part I don't understand. I will say, something I really do miss about Smite 1 is the map. I've said this a million times by now. But the map in Smite 2 is so small, man. I hate it. Rotating should be a risk. Right now, it is not, but that's partly because of the teleporters as well. It's too fucking easy to get from one side of the map to the other. Hello, Helena. Good to see you. Still remember the China guys getting hold of Soul for the first time at the Worlds? I don't remember anything, honestly.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing!
I don't think I watched Worlds when Asia was involved. I think I already quit by then. I mean this... Dude, they have Athena Tsukuyomi. Way to tell me you can't play the game, holy moly. I think it just sounds like a Blink game then. If that's how you want it, Blink it is.
Can't a servant bring this to me?
So either I'll be aura farming this game, or I'll be feeding my ass off. There is no in between. Bontix game, appreciate the sub, man. I don't like underselling it, for like subbing and stuff. I very much appreciate it. If you want to give me a sub, you do you. But I don't recommend it. Because I simply just stream for as a hobby. I do it for fun. So if you want to sub, that's completely on you, and I appreciate it.
Minions have spawned.
But I don't recommend it. But thank you very much. It's an Aegis. I'll take it. He has no Aegis.
Claim this area.
Level 2 cringe gank. Can't say I mind it.
very nice.
Did he level 3 by accident? Who, Sylvanas? Potentially. He might have picked it up. Is he is aspect, so no, he probably didn't. 2 is good.
Enemy missing.
It's not a pool.
Be careful, right.
Dude, what the fuck? What is this top tier cringe ganking? I wasn't even prepared for that one. Couldn't expect him to die by level 3.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's back off. See if I can make it to the rocks. I'm gonna be slightly late. But if I'm 5 and I get there, I should be able to just get them for free.
Your middle tower
The
is under
ladies
attack.
love a man who can slay a
Your left
fearsome
tower
beast.
is under attack.
So uncivilized. Enemy missing left. Careful. She bites. Claim this area.
Man, he just fucking one-shot that. That actually really sucks for me. That means I can't. I have to back. I'm fucking out of mana. But I ain't backing until I can finish this at least.
Out of mana.
Ultimate is ready.
Be careful, right.
Athena all done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Aspect Seal 3 looks disgusting. No, why am I... Okay. I'll just do that. Get me the hell home. Is this a board game as well? Nah. I think I'll just go... I'll go Helm of Radiance despite being into Sylvanas.
Enemy spotted.
Actually, no, you know what? I think it's a Helm of Darkness game. I'll do that instead. Helm of Darkness, Blink Zeus. That sounds like a fantastic idea.
The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast. So uncivilized.
Your left
Enemy
tower
missing
is under
middle.
attack.
Man, do I need blue buff though?
Ultimate is down. Enemy spotted.
Oh, this gives mana regen too. That's actually kind of clutch.
Watch out! Bang! Enemy missing left.
Patience Fatalis diff. I can't believe he hit it in time, and I fucked up my ult. Sylvages. Ult. Fuck, man. The Hasten Fatalis fucked it. Missed my auto because of it.
Your middle tower
That's unfortunate.
is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
What's out now? Boom! Ha ha ha!
It's fine. It's fucking Athena, man. He doesn't have TP, right? Fuck.
Claim this area.
Run. Probably losing tower now, because I cannot defend it.
Be right back.
What's out now?
Unless he is not pushing, then I should be okay.
Your left tower is under
All I have to do is just give up my blue. I can do that.
Your right tower is under attack.
W, emoji rotation.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bang!
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
The tide calls.
So what do I do next? Actually, that's pretty simple. I'm going brawlers. Unless I need more cooldown. Shit, I could actually go for more cooldown. My cooldowns are pretty tragic right now.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Sheet lights.
No, I already take that back. Maybe I just go with shifters. Nope, I take it back once again. I think I should just go Gemma focus.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way. On my way.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
On my way.
Your
ultimate
right
is
tower
ready.
is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack the Gold Fury!
Your left tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Dispel their attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
All magic flows through their
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Fantastic! The ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast.
Well, that was a nice little objective streak. They just gave that one to us. Oh, nice.
Enemies incoming right. Enemies incoming right.
The rain shall wash them away.
Dude, I cannot get away from that. Holy shit. You know what? That changes things. I'm going for something else. Sylve ult. Holy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Shit. He just found me at such a bad time. Hopefully my tower survives.
Tower is under attack.
Now I just gotta farm for a boar so I can get the fuck away from this tree.
Careful! She bites.
I think if it didn't self-root, he would be broken as fuck. Because it's literally something that gives him haste and fatalis. It's like a high risk, high reward. Because if you're linked to someone, they can no longer fight you very well. It literally becomes like a link. Where you're like, I don't want to fight this. I want to get the fuck out. I don't know where it went, but somehow I got his tower before he got mine. No, screw your fire giant, you asshole. I didn't look at the time.
Enemy has been slain.
Elysium will welcome you.
Enemy missing left.
Someone is my commit.
What's out there?
Ally has been slain.
On my way.
The Pyromancer has arrived, and the rain shall wash them away.
Thanks.
From the heavens, let wind.
Fuck it, I guess I'll just push.
Attack the fire giant.
Holy screen.
Your left tower has been attacked. Your left tower is under attack.
It's unfortunate. I didn't want to bomb the pyro, but maybe I should have.
Your right tower is under attack.
Don't really have Sunder in this game. No.
In my game.
Because I'm fucking out. I mean, that was such a bad Mojo 3. Kind of fucked up the whole thing. It just threw us in the wrong direction. But we maybe also should have just gotten out the second he shelled.
On my way. How dare they treat me this way? I'm royalty.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under
Claim
attack.
this area.
Some good damage. It was almost really cool. If we had Sylvanas killed as well there, that would have been nice. I have bomb. Can we do fire?
Attack, fire giant.
Ultimate is ready.
Your right tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
What's out there? Ladies love a man who can slay a fearsome beast.
Like, realistically, I just think that's too easy to do for how powerful fire actually is. Because right now, like, it would be fine if fire wasn't as powerful. If it was like a weaker version, and then it still grows into like a bigger version at like 30 minutes or whatever. But that shit is just way too fucking easy to kill. Like, good players will take advantage of it so easily, because of bomb being so easy to acquire and is right next to fire as well.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Left tower.
On my way.
On my way. Let's say that can be broken, right? Yes, if you're out of range. But since he has Hastened Fatalis, there's nothing that stops him from just gunning you down. So you need to have a jump or a dash to get away from it.
Enemy spotted.
Huh?
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I don't know how we all died, to be honest. Well, except for one. All really saw was Sekate.
What's out there?
Go away! Why does this shit last forever? Go away. What the fuck? Well, there is your test about how to break it. It is just try and walk away from it. Because that shit lasts for fucking ever, apparently.
Coming left.
Stand your ground.
Wherever there are gods.
The enemy team has been
bites.
It's back. I don't do any damage right now.
It's as they say, look good, feel good.
I'm just gonna go for some cooldown here. I actually feel like because my damage is as low as it is, I need to have my abilities up more often.
Elegant and dangerous.
We didn't really use fire for shit in this one. We just aren't really grouping. Oh my fucking god. Get the shit on my face. That actually blocked me, I didn't even see it.
Careful! She bites. Enemy spotted.
That's some good damage on some of them.
They're looking for you. I'm on the way. Cover some stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm just dead. That's my bad.
Wash them away. Oh, my horrific. Double kill. Oh, my horrific.
From that let winter reign.
It's tough, like we just feels like we're just always getting caught. Someone is always getting caught. So hard to fight back. We also kinda need vision.
We need wards.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
And I guess we're losing because of that.
Claim this area.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
I feel we should have won this game like 5 minutes ago. If we just fucking grouped. But it's just too difficult.
Retreat middle lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Their comp is pretty annoying for me too, because they don't actually have a mage I can just run down. Like their mage is fucking Tsukuyomi.
Claim this area.
Like the easiest, quote-unquote easiest target for me is Medusa, and even then I don't really think it's that great for me to go on.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Careful! She bites.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Archer hit the tower.
They're coming in, all of us. They're gonna be behind.
Enemy spotted.
From the heavens, let winter reign.
Keeping it. One of us is over here.
Guess that was a bad play, because now I died for it too.
Is under attack.
Like, I don't know, it feels like Merch is never with us, I'm not gonna lie.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Just not really much team play, it feels like.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I think this game should be really easy if we just ran as 5.
Your titan is under
They have this Naga with them. That's probably gonna be the reason why this is bad.
enemy has been
That's
slain.
probably maybe that's good enough.
Your right tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
All done. We get another chance.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Like, I'm really strong, because I can just get in there and get so much poke off without them fully knowing. Kind of like how Cabracting works, I guess. So I suppose it goes both ways, but... The fact that I did that much damage in that fight and we still lost it was pretty rough. What? Chain lightning, you shit.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Help.
Are we ward guns?
We don't have a single one.
They're just gonna do FG if we're gonna stand here. Don't pyro. Can we not just go on this hill or something? Like, can you move
Yeah,
up?
he's an ADC. We can definitely just see him.
From that.
No one.
That wasn't enough damage. That doesn't matter.
Your titan is
I don't know, this felt so weird. Like, Merc never, like, he always ran around alone. And, like, I don't know. This was just so strange. Our vision was shit. I don't even know how to describe this game. We just didn't have someone who could actually go in and check on frontline, but... Whatever. I don't know, it's probably the weirdest game of the day. I just can't even explain why we lost. Like, their ADC did 15k, man. No one did any damage on their team, realistically. We just kind of let them run in. A game of 3 different games, yeah. We even got fire early, but I guess we just didn't group, and people just died one by one. When we got that for free too. Not really too sure what happened there. Alright, looks like the queue is maybe lessening a little bit, because who the fuck? Who are these people now? Who are they? I might ban Athena. I'm getting really tired of playing against Athena. Not yet though. I think Osiris is a bit more important for me to get out.
select your god.
Thanatos.
I'll go back and play some Thana. Actually, I should have picked Thor. I feel playing Thor more. The fatigue of not having anything new to play is definitely hitting me. And it's still going to be a while, because the next one for me would be Atio, that is actually playable in solo. Not counting potential aspects from other characters. Because what, who's next? Daji is next. Maybe. I think I'll enjoy Daji, but will she be good in solo? Probably not. Unless they gave her a frontline aspect in some way. Because her wave clear isn't bad. Her 2 is pretty good for wave clearing. And her escapability is alright, as long as you keep minions to make sure you have your 3 to get out. So it could work, but... in general, no, I don't think Daji is going to be great in solo. She will definitely primarily be a jungler. Maybe mid, in some cases. Who is even after that? There's like Nut as well, and I guess Atio is the last one. Even though Atio does come before Nut, or Newt. Point is, it's going to be a while before something fun actually comes out for me. So I really hope Atio is a lot of fun, otherwise it's going to be boring. What am I against? Neath? That's kind of a yikes. Kind of a yikes character for me. I think I'll still start with Oathsworn, despite being against the Neath. Suppose I'll see how it goes. Hydra's is probably better to start with, though, into a Neath. Yeah, I just really like the pen you get out of Oathsworn early. It does help, even if you're against a backliner. Just against base protections. I just want to do a true damage. Billy Archer is going to be the same character with Lightbinder. Yeah, her aspect though is supposed to be mage. I only heard it briefly, like, but I don't know if it's a leak, so I don't really want to talk about it. I cannot imagine an Archer mage be good though.
Minions have
We'll see. It's probably still a work in progress. I just hope it doesn't... like, I just hope most frontliners don't end up in general with the same issue that Osiris is currently facing, where his aspect is just a better version of him, where it's almost like no reason not to go for the aspect. That feels really stupid. That's not the point of aspects in the first place, so the fact that they haven't done anything about it is so weird to me. Like, how have we not changed it yet? Stop giving him protection scaling. That's it, that will fix the issue. That is quite literally the issue. It's so easily fixed.
missing. Enemies in the right jungle. Be careful. Take this jungle. Enemies in the right jungle. On my way. On my way. Enemy spotted.
I think he beats as well. Sort of hates aspects. I can see why some people wouldn't like them if you just want the game to be the same. I personally really like them. I think they're a great addition because, in my head, I think something that was kind of boring with Smite 1 is that so many gods were just locked into the same playstyle. I think that's really boring. Especially because if you count, like, let's say, like League once again as an example, characters have, you know, like you could build them both, like in Smite, strength and int. There wasn't anything like you couldn't build. So with that in mind,
An alt left.
yeah, it's 1 HP.
Vi går två honom.
I know he's not 5 yet. Let's get the wave, bro. Hit level 5.
Your left tower.
And now he's dead.
On these. These guys out.
I'll take it. I wasn't sure if I could reach, so I just decided to land on the other two. Which is probably the better choice anyway, just to stun them off of Ganos there. I've kind of forgot my thought process. Oh yeah, so like, just like you can in Smite 2 now, in Smite 1 obviously you were locked into either magical or physical, which was very restricting. So I do like that they kind of went back, because they experimented with this type of playstyle early in Smite 1, but they just kind of went away from it because it was too hard to balance. So I think it's in a fine spot now. They just need to balance things a bit more intricately. I just feel like they're ignoring the blatant, huge OP things in it. Like, Cyrus being the big example here is just... him having protection scaling when he's supposed to be a mage just doesn't make sense. Why are we doing that? It feels like the things that are unbalanced are just very easily fixed. In my head, anyway. But who knows, maybe I'm a gigantic fucking idiot.
Cut your life strings. Set up an ambush here. Enemy missing.
You backflipped, just go in.
An enemy has been slain. Nice job.
Your boss coming left jungle.
My ult's up, I think we should fight this if they're coming in.
Looking for me.
I'm ulting too. I think they know, I'm just gonna land on the...
Susano's walking here. He's gonna come here, Marcus.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a shot.
Need stretching ult.
Okay.
fix it.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thank you so much.
Anytime.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
Really wanted that extra little poke.
Ultimate is down.
My ult is up, I was up, I would have just gone straight in, but... That shit's too risky now.
Take this jungle buff.
Be careful, they're all there.
Sorry.
Be right back.
A TP.
Enemies in the middle lane.
On my way.
Oh my god. He's so
Nice
low.
one.
Under attack.
Nice one.
Shit.
Wash them away.
Our ult is down.
Okay.
Your left tower is under attack. Cut your life stream. Your right tower is under attack. Eventually comes to all.
Our gank right ultimate is down.
Enemy creature. Your left tower your is time must come. Cannot escape death. Death eventually comes to all.
Underneath.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Didn't he ult?
No, she's underneath. Alt. Just walk to buff.
Gotcha.
Mari's back.
I'm just chilling. Going for mid, I think.
Alright.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Cannot escape death.
I got it back. I have so much gold. I'll just do these first. I was like, wait, why am I actually kind of losing trades here? I think I know why. Maybe I should just go back, buy some things. Kind of living in my own mind right now. So tempting to TP right as well, but maybe Bacchus can get at least one of them.
Your left tower is under attack. The pyromancer.
On my way too.
Your right tower
We're
is
fine.
under attack. Oh, my horrific.
Persona doesn't have ult for a bit.
Oh, yeah, it's not alone.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I really want to help out somewhere else, but I also just don't want to give up tower for free here.
On
On my way. Enemy spotted. Follow me.
Oops.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Sun alta.
Enemy ultimate down. Your life. On my way.
I'll just grab this tower. These don't have TP. Could get it regardless, but
On gold.
Your right tower is under attack. I'll cut you down.
I can TP, but it might be too late.
They're not committing.
Alright, I'll TP over.
I don't know what
They don't know I'm here either. As in, Barry's walking up, I'm gonna gank.
Oh, I'm ulting on her. I did her.
Your souls to me. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Okay. Your middle
I'm ulting mid. Fuck, that was a minion in the way.
Kill her. Actually, just get out.
Yeah, I think we just go tower to gold.
middle enemy towers. On my way. Your team has destroyed the gold fjord.
Didn't even lose my tower for it yet.
Your left tower is
W. She just isn't pushing. Oh, you went Necronomicon too. Not that it's bad, but I feel like when you're 0 and a 4, that's not the item you should go with.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't have to on Pyro.
Ulting too.
Your
Not
right
even
tower
close.
is under attack.
Super calculated. He's dead and not right again.
On my way.
I think every time I ult this up, I really should just rotate. Look for a kill.
Your life stream.
Or just look for a kill on my own lane. They're looking for right, we could maybe go fire.
Yeah, we're gonna Pyro.
Okay.
That's so tempting to blink on him. He just dashes me, or dashes in front of me like that.
Enemy spotted. I'll attack right lane.
Show yourself, Neath. I'm ready.
Enemy missing left.
Right, retreat, right lane.
I'll cut you down.
There she is.
Get ready to wash them away. Very good.
If he does not beat, should be very easy for me just to do that. I gotta take advantage of it. Oops.
Your team has destroyed a right.
Sometimes my 3 kills the archers, and sometimes they don't. Never too sure when it does. Actually, probably just because of my Reaver stacks. When I'm looking at it, that makes sense.
Coming left. You wanna kill him?
I think he knows he's running.
On my way. Spotted.
I missed my pull coming.
Enemy missing.
I mean, I don't actually have beats, so this might be a... I know I'm gonna fuck it up. Eventually. Because I don't have any way of getting out of any CC, so let's just go Magi's. It's gonna work better while I'm fed anyway.
Your souls to me. Dead. That's too
X-Bar coming right.
I'll cut you down.
Just pull pyro, I guess.
I have bomb, we could do big one.
For a good damage we can do big. Let's just do pyro and see what they do. Stay full gold with us, pull left. Actually, I think we just left you. A double bomb.
Yep, just stop at 2k, boys.
I only see Neve and Sobek.
We did in fact not stop at 2k.
your souls to me. On my way.
They know I'm here. They know I TP'd.
I need the jungle buff. Be careful. Be careful.
I'm already done.
I have returned. On my way.
I'll buy for Magi's real fast. Now I feel safe. Sobek plug is so scary. Like, I kinda need to get something like this. Like Sobek plug, potential Neath ult or Neath root. Alright, Paradox. Always pleasure to see you. Have a nice one. I won't be going for much longer either. I'm gonna make some food soon. Maybe I'll do one more after this. We'll see.
Your last tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
I gotta stop with the long range scythes, just run to them. And do it point blank. Oh man, I missed on the Titan too. Oh no.
Time for carry mana just suck this.
It happens, man.
Victory.
I'll do one last. Assuming that the king is also interested. Oh, man, okay. That is very low Fenrir damage as well. I wasn't looking. God damn. Oh, he's done? Alright. I suppose I'll do one last regardless. I'll just do one last before I go. I can appreciate the rate. I'll finish it off with one more game before I head off too. Maybe I'll put on some music for the last one. I kinda need something in my ears for once. Okay, how loud is this? You guys let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. I have not had music on my stream for a long ass time. And I appreciate the follows, guys. Very appreciate it. Wait, who did I master? Where are you, red dot? Guess I'll never know. Oh, we got a Cleano. W. What do I play then? Don't feel like playing Yorm. I've tested the aspect enough for today. Do think I want to play a frontline. Maybe I just do that Thor game I wanted to play earlier. That sounds like fun.
Select your god.
Let us cause so much pain.
Depending on what I'm against, I could go for a double tap build. That is pretty fun, but it's a lot hard to pull off if you're against another frontline. Yeah, Mordred. I ain't going double tap build. Hell nah, brother. Think I'll pass. Play my daily Yemoja? Of course I have, man. But only in my own head. I always play Yemoja. Every single game. In my mind. And what's up, Wanari? How you doing? It's been a little while, but I also haven't streamed in almost 2 weeks. My internet gave out. I had to get a new router. Every time I tried to stream, like, my internet was functional, but every time I tried to stream, my upload would just go to absolute shit, and it would just crash my internet. So I just decided, alright, I'll wait until my internet is fixed. I don't want to keep crashing my internet. So I still played Smite off stream. But not as much, since streaming is kind of my big main motivator to actually play the game. Sorry to hear. No, I mean, realistically, it was a good thing. I think I needed a little break. I was kind of getting slightly burned out. In like a small way. That's just what streaming is going to do when I don't enjoy the game as much. And the meta currently in Soul is really boring. So I don't want to play too much. It's just Yorm, Bologna, Osiris, like fucking every game. And when I have finally managed, like, I feel like playing one of them, I end up beating shit like Baron almost every time. It just ain't fun. Suppose I can't complain today, though. I did peg Yorm into some pretty easy matchups today. I'm enjoying the shit out of Thanatos, though. I'm enjoying Thanatos a lot. I think I can get away with Sunder in this game. Don't need any other thing necessarily. Aegis would be nice for Loki. Beats would be nice for Mordred and Sylvanas. Yeah, I'll be okay with this, I think.
More tools of torment.
Hello, young one.
Greetings.
Blessings upon you.
Hello, young one. Damn it. I am your
Minions have spawned.
No, no, no.
Psycho!
Shoot out the ward. Well, same build. This matchup could go either way. Like, he should have this super early on. Especially if I fuck up my ability like that. It's okay. He kind of fucked up too. He's hitting me instead of the wave, so this actually worked out in my favor.
Elysium will welcome you.
Not bad.
Elysium will welcome you.
No, we both sundered each other and mine missed. Ah, no, that means I'm dead. Oh my god, I missed my sunder because he dashed through me. Well, that really sucks for me. Just not a matchup I should be losing. Shit, bruh.
Your right tower is under attack.
Shit, bruh.
Your left tower is
Is that a day and night cycle? Yeah, it is. It's a mechanic. Like, some shit spawns at night. It does look pretty cool. The mechanic itself is pretty, I guess, mixed in terms of how much people actually like it. I think it's cool. I don't hate it, but I think there's definitely some things they could do to change it up and make it a bit better.
Your right tower is under attack.
Thanks.
Huge. You fucked up. I needed that. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Enemy has been slain.
Good to know I'm not the only one who shit over in this lane. We're both shit. The urge.
Be careful.
I'm getting one.
I'm out of mana, I can't move.
I'm fine. I got 2 rocks as well. I'm surprised Mordred didn't show up. I thought he was coming as well. I would have been so fucked up if he did. Because that ended up being worth it for me. I got 2 rocks, and 4 of them
Thanks.
on myself.
Curse you. Sad state of affairs.
Your left tower is under attack. Oh, there it is. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Such a sad state of affairs.
What is he building actually?
No, no, no.
Is that also a Glad Shield? No, it's not. Is it Phoenix Shield on his? That's a weird one. I haven't seen that in a while. I think I'll go Brawlers this game. It is Phoenix Shield. Probably should get Prophetic before I get anything else. Get it stacked early.
Enemies incoming.
Even support is here. I don't think we can do anything about that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, bro. I'm getting the wave, because I'm fucking dead. I mean, why is the fucking support here 3 times?
Yeah, bro. I'd love to know.
Your right tower is under attack.
Loki is pretty fat.
At my red buff.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
It's just looking very rough at the moment.
What the fuck?
Hello, Mew.
Oh, sorry.
Nap trap the baby. I don't think I've ever heard that phrase before.
I'm coming.
Tower is under attack.
Did I lose blue? Looking forward to your stream. I appreciate it. This will probably be my last game though. I have been going for 4 hours by now.
Right tower is under attack.
I apologize. But hope you enjoyed this last game.
They hit like a baby. An enemy has been slain.
I do wish I didn't fuck up this lane myself. Well, an early kill. I assume he just went for rocks.
Team has destroyed the gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Even if he didn't, it's not like I can do them. They are up though.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Mine? Mine. My rocks.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
I'll take the trade for me for Loki. Hopefully we don't lose too much for it though. Looks like Mordred might get another kill then. Get him! We gotta get at least one. I'm so fucked.
Just save yourself.
Mordred is gonna get pretty big here.
Your left tower is under attack. For me. Your middle tower is under attack.
I might have lost that much of the wave though. That's nice. Still gonna be at a full level behind though.
Gank left lane.
I don't think we can kill him. He's way too tanky.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
That is nice. That's pretty big for us.
Your team has destroyed a right middle tower.
Tower, please! Don't die! Chance of me actually killing him is super low. Does he have TP though? I'll stick around just in case.
Okay.
He has TP, I'm dipping then. That sucks. Would have liked to poke this tower, but...
Enemy missing middle. Careful right. Be careful right.
Wash them away.
That's huge actually.
Enemy has been slain.
Well done team. Well, that's some huge kills that might lead to gold.
Double kill.
Can go.
We're just gonna be here, I think we can fight him though.
On my way.
I'm ulting.
Okay.
That's fine, at least they're not on gold.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
W.
Big.
Simply
Might have been able to kill if I actually hit my CC, but I could not fucking see where he was. This is such an old school build on Mordred. It's funny to see.
Retreat right lane. The range shall wash them away.
Don't worry so much. We welcome you.
You have made me so proud.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that is what it is.
Thanks.
Goodbye, Blue Buff.
On my way.
On my way.
Careful left. Careful left.
Dude, look, he was so fed. How is he level 12?
Here.
What happened?
Right
Attack right lane.
That's crazy. Can you show the Mordred build? Yeah, I just went for the old Mordred build. Like, usually we go Mystical Mail into the Phoenix Shield, but... that's truly some early Mordred building. I don't even think it's that good. Like, I think Phoenix Shield is just kind of bad, though, as an item in general. I still think you can make, like, Mystical Mail work on him. It fits him very well.
Defend middle lane.
I'd still go for something else, though.
Careful right. Completed.
Just run. Just get out, guys. I can get out. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna waste my ult then.
Knew I was coming here as well.
Jingwei is here too.
Your right tower is under attack.
There's no objective for them to take, so it's probably okay. Is there red up though? No. That's tragic. Might lose my tower too for this rotation.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just gonna give up my tower now. Just gonna one-shot it anyway. Bye tower. 12 HP. It lives. Jingwei is coming from the left side as well.
Okay.
That's insane. I can't believe that reached me. For how long is the range in the 3 though?
What?
Ally has been slain.
Yeah.
I have all in 10 by the way.
I did not think I was in range for that. That's actually so tragic.
It's coming up, it's coming up.
Be right back. Be careful.
We're gonna.
Yeah, she's like 40%. Oh, he does not know the combo. That's unfortunate. There is no auto cancelling on this Susano here.
Under attack. On my way.
One thing.
Mordred is so not magic tanky. Hekata should just blow him up.
Thanks. Yes.
Your
I'm over it.
condition is improving.
Thanks.
Stay alive.
Be careful.
Your team has destroyed the Golden Fury. And the Blood Rage swept them away. Your right tower is under attack.
It's probably not even really worth trade.
Under attack.
This will cause so much pain.
They could be on fire.
Mordred is pretty low.
Enemy missing right.
I think I'm. Okay, now.
On my way.
On my way.
Move like a jackal. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
What? How close was he? I did not think he was gonna hit me that close. I was just waiting for the hammer. Or waiting to hammer him. Or wait, I should say. Damn. Getting low key is okay though, but it's under for it. Huge.
Enemy has been slain.
That was a huge multiplayer. Notice you have music on again. Yeah, that's just for this game actually. I haven't had it on all day. I just felt like it. I was in a pretty chill mood.
What's the eyeball?
Wash them away.
We should go straight to fire here.
Yeah.
Yeah, back if you need healing. I don't have Sunder for this though.
I do.
Enemy has been
Yeah,
slain.
I mean now I should just be free. We have to kill Jingwei if she comes in though. The shit beats.
Yep. I would just assume the rope. We have no idea. To be fair, with these T2s are rope, they could be anywhere.
Yeah, I think you take it.
Elysium will welcome you.
You can take mine.
Your team has destroyed the left enemy tower.
Stay alert.
Oh well.
I do crazy damage right now.
I was gonna give that to Emoji, but that's fine.
Attack middle. Don't worry so much. You get wrinkles.
Yeah, and Mordred isn't tanky to you yet.
Oh yeah.
I guess
I
it's
don't think anyways anymore. I've got full shot.
I want to get Spectral as well. I should have tried going Leviathans this game.
Young one.
I haven't tried the buffed version yet. This game would have been a really good one to try it. I should have started with that instead of Glad Shield.
On my way. Wait.
Enemy missing right. The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack left lane.
Oh my.
Okay.
Just run through if it's over.
Yeah, get him to it. Yeah, we'll be fine.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Your middle phoenix is under attack.
I could have played that a little bit better, but it is what it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Efforts have come to battle today.
The enemy team has
They still got it.
destroyed the gold
That sucks.
fury.
At least not on the Phoenix, but Damn you new wall for removing my speed buff.
Attack middle lane.
Can I get speed, Susano? What did you say? Alright, thank you. Oh, he's really quiet, I could barely hear what he said. You're very quiet, by the way, I can barely hear you.
I'm not gonna be there for a while.
Yeah, just focus on the towers.
Can we just back up and do the mid thing?
Get them out when he lands.
Enemy has been slain.
Huge.
Your right
Front line
tower
removed.
is under attack. Enemy ultimate incoming. Your right tower is under attack.
Fire tire, the fire diet. Stay alert.
Get the Phoenix. Ended up being pretty easy to win the game, huh? Alright, good job, guys. Where's the such clear shadow from Nuwa in the Moonlight phase? It's a good question. I don't know. Alright. I'll end it here. So I appreciate you guys stopping by as usual. Hopefully my internet will stay good. Looks to be fine for today though. But yeah, thanks guys, appreciate it. I'll find someone to raid as well, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!